Hello and welcome back to the IFSC. We are here for a Speed World Cup. We're going to be taking you through the qualification rounds here this evening and straight on into the final rounds as well. The entire Speed IFSC World Cup Mokpo is going to be brought to you live on the IFSC this evening. We have 24 male athletes, 16 female athletes. We will reduce that down to 16 of each and then go through our final rounds as well. Welcome back to the IFSC. Let's take a look at the start lists.
On the left-hand side, we have
Well, here you can see the start lists then
on the right
for today's
Speed
Speed World Cup. We are seeing the entire stage today. We're going to be going through the qualification rounds. 24 men, 16 women, taking that down to 16 of each. And then we'll get into the final roundup as well. If you are new to Speed, I'll explain the final situation when we get into it a little bit later on. We're currently still just waiting at the moment for the final female athletes to end their trial runs. They're just getting to the end of that one now. Once that's finished up, we'll get things underway with the men's qualifications. You can see who is in that qualification matchup here.
Ready?
So as you can see, this part of the wall that you're seeing now and what's going on at the bottom of the wall, this is just the warm-up stage. These are the athletes just having their final few practice runs before we get things started with our qualifications. You haven't missed anything yet. We're not starting halfway. This is just the warm-up stage. Good afternoon to you all. Time here now at the moment is just 10 past 3, a little bit of a delay whilst we got properly. We have our last So not long now then, guys, we have quite a few big names here as well for the men's and the women's matchup in the speed. We have Julia Kaplina, Julia Levochkina in the female matchup here. Maria Krasavina. We also have Alina Gidamakina, who is at present the one that's really making a stir up on the World Cup standings for this year. Claudia Bugzek Margot Heitz, Monika Prokopiuk. All names that we've seen plenty of times before. Going over onto the men's and the male athletes that are here then as well. Arseny Shevchenko, Sergei Sinitsyn, Leonardo Gontero, Danilo Boldyrev, Evgeny Wojciechowski as well. Quixin Zong, previous world record holder. Dmitry Timofeev and Yaroslav Gontarek. All big names in speed. We also have some of the lead and boulder athletes, the more traditional lead and boulder athletes that are taking part here in the Speed World Cup as well. They include Sean McCall, Jakob Schubert in the men's, and over to the women's we also have Katharina Saarwein and Katharina Posch taking part in the Speed World Cup also. But don't worry, you're not missing anything just at the moment. We're still on the warm-up stage. We've had the announcement to say that as soon as the female warm-up stage has finished, we'll be moving straight on to the male athletes and the qualification round there as well. Still waiting for our final pairing to have a chance at completing their warm-up here. Actually, it's quite a few. It looks like we're having technical issues already at the start of the bottom of the wall here with the mats. It happens in speed. It's happened quite a bit recently.
Men's speed qualification will start right after women's speed practice. Please be ready.
Ready, Ready.
It seems that some of our female athletes down on the ground here spent so long starting and stopping and starting and stopping that they're not quite ready to make this final run. Shouldn't be too long, guys. We'll get things underway here for you. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. If you want to get in touch with us, the hashtag is at the bottom right hand corner of the screen for you to use on Twitter. You can give us a shout out on there. Any questions you might have, any people you want to find and speak to, you can let us know. Starting to move towards the end of our practice runs now, and then we'll get things underway with our main draw for the qualifications for the men's. First pairing for those male athletes will be Danilo Boldyrev up against Jakob Schubert in a few moments' time. And while we are waiting for the last of the female athletes to finish their warm-up, let's have another brief look at our lineup here today for the Speed World Cup. Here is that start list yet again. So here you can see some of those names that I was talking about earlier. Alexandra Rudzinska in there as well. Alina Gedemakina there. Edita Ropek. Anouk Gilbert. Barbara Bakker as well, also doing the speed here. Claudia Buksek. Jung Woonwa for Korea. Ala Mariench. Yulia Levachkina in there as well.
On the left side, Marco Hayes from France. On the right side, Maria Krasavina from Russia.
Had that shock final just recently in Perm for the men's speed. Now that we're having a little look at who is here to partake in this particular one. Our winner there on your screen now, Arseny Shevchenko from Perm. Just over a week ago now. Libor Hroza and Kwixin Zong taking the other medals there. Hroza in the silver medal spot, Kwixin Zong in the bronze medal spot. It is Arseny Shevchenko who took the gold in Perm just recently. He's here again now, a chance to keep pushing with that title spot from Perm on home turf. Is he going to be able to replicate that performance here?
Ready.
On the left side, Monika Gromczyka from Poland. On the right side, Katarina Taban from Austria.
Attention please, athletes for the men's speed qualification, please come to the podium. The athletes for the men's speed qualification, please come to the podium.
So just coming to the end of our speed qualifications now. These guys just finishing up their warm-ups before we have our male athletes come out and start their speed qualifications. I see Vincent, our technical delegate, down on the ground talking to Sean McCall, some of the other officials that are moving around, possibly about some of the technical issues we had a few moments ago.
Katarina Posch from Austria. On the right side, Melina Ropek from Poland.
So just to keep you updated, if you are just joining us, you haven't missed anything just yet, we are waiting for the warm-up rounds to finish. We were told very briefly a few moments ago that as soon as the warm-up rounds are finished, as we are running a little bit behind due to some technical issues at the start of this competition here, that as soon as the female athletes have finished, we'll be going straight on to the men's. Obviously, we didn't want to miss that, so we thought we'd open as soon as we possibly could with you. Make sure that we get to see everything that's happening here. Don't want to miss any of the male athletes starting their qualification rounds. These are the female athletes just going through the last of their warm-up phase. So you got just about enough time to go and grab a cup of tea or coffee or whatever it is you want. From then on, we're going to be bringing you coverage all the way through to our podium position here at the World Cup for Speed here in Mokpo. A lot of big names from the speed circuit here today.
Jakob!
Yeah, she's last. She runs by herself.
Ready.
On the left side, from Ukraine. On the right side, from Austria.
Ready.
Turkey's time is reached and we will commence speed qualification.
Okay, so it's looking like we are getting ready to go. The practice time has finished now. The female athletes have all finished their warm-up runs. We now move on to our men's speed qualification. We get ready to welcome our first two athletes, Danilo Boldarev and Jakub Schubert, onto the field here. Those two athletes are ready. Boldarev frequently making it through to the finals this year, quite often pushing towards the upper end of the 6 second bracket. 6 seconds, 6 seconds, 36 milliseconds. So right around pushing into those 5-second brackets. Speed world record for the men at the moment stands at 5.88 seconds. Our current world record holder, Evgeny Wojciechowski, is here. And this is an official wall. It has been approved by the route setters and the officials here. In fact, talking to Matthew earlier about the wall here, he was saying it was unbelievably accurate, not even like a millimeter out of what they wanted it to be. They checked the incline of the wall. They checked the separation of the bolt holes to make sure it is all level horizontally as well as vertically. And they also checked the distance between holds. And it is apparently perfect, which means that we could see world records here if our athletes are wanting to push for them.
Co się dzieje?
Looks like we're having a bit of a conversation down here at the bottom of the wall. Some officials, some of the judges, the technical delegate. We have here Vincent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2013
Seem to be debating something, making sure that we are ready to go and that everything's fine. Welcome if you are just joining us. We are about to start, I'm told, our men's qualification rounds for the Speed World Cup here in Mokpo. Just waiting for the AOK at the moment, and we can bring our first two athletes out, which will be Danilo Boldarev and Jakob Schubert. In a few moments' time, and we get things underway. 24 male athletes, 16 female athletes to get through today, before we get down to our 16 of each. So we're losing no one from the female grouping at the moment. All 16 of them will be through into the final rounds. It's the standing that they're going to have to watch out for there. Who they want to be drawn against when they move forward into those final rounds later on this evening.
This World Cup taking place in the beautiful city of Mokpo is co-hosted by the International Federation of Sport Climbing, Korean Alpine Federation, Jeollanam-do and Mokpo City. It's organized by Jeollanam-do Alpine Federation and sponsored by Full Peak Corporation. men's speed qualification will get ready soon.
Well, it's looking like we've got a little bit of action down on the ground here now. We could be about to have things underway. Apologies for the delays. It looks like we've been just having a technical issue at the bottom of the ground here. It's getting sorted now. We'll be underway with our first two pairs. Okay, we are underway then. We start now with our first two athletes, Danilo Boldarev on the left-hand side and Jakob Schubert on the right. Danilo Boldarev, 21 years old, world ranked 6th. World Cup ranking so far this year in 12th place. He's been as high as 2nd at the end of the World Cup rankings for 2012. Came 3rd at the European Championships in Chamonix in the speed there this year. 7th at Baku, 5th at Chongqing. But most importantly for this particular athlete, Danilo Boldarev, gold medal, the last gold medal and only gold medal of his top 12 best results was here at Mokpo last year, 2012. So for Danilo Boldarev, this is a very important chance to try and up his ranking on the world rankings at a venue that he is familiar with and used to succeeding in. Jakob Schubert down on the ground just next to him. The athletes now go to take their marks. Danilo there in the blue and yellow of the Ukraine. Jakob, you can just see at the far right-hand corner of your screen in the green for Austria at the moment. And here we are, they are away. You can see the speed difference here. Danilo Boldarev powering his way up there. 6.45 seconds. 6.45. 12.36 for Jakob Schubert. Well, Danilo setting us a good high standard to start things off then. 6.45 seconds. Very fast.
On the left side, Leonardo Guntero from Italia. On the right side, Yevgeny Vaitchekovsky from Russia.
Leonardo Guntero, the 19-year-old athlete from Susa. Bussolino is where he's living at the moment. World ranked 7th. You can see him on the left-hand side. Next to him, Wojciechowski on the right. Pretty close here, though. 6.48, 6.54. Guntero with 6.54, 6.48 for Wojciechowski.
On the left side, Andrzej Kowaczewski from Poland. On the right side, Reza Liprizena from Iran.
Ready?
And here we go, nice quick start there for Yurdaze, but quickly caught up here by Reza. He's putting in a good show here. 6.75, 6.73 after quite a faster start from Komazinski there. 6.73.
On the left side, Mokpo from Singapore. On the right side, Zhou Qixin from China. 네, 왼쪽에는 싱가포르에서 온 선수고요. 오른쪽에서는 중국에서 온 선수입니다. 양 선수가 아주 스피드가 좋은데요. 특히 오른쪽 왼쪽신 선수는 세계 신기록 보유 기록도 갖고 있을 만큼 아주 빠른 선수입니다.
좀 전에 했던 선수들보다 더 빨라? 빠르다니까 저 사람? 역시 대륙. 역시 대륙. 그 13억 중에 한 명쯤은 있지. 한 명쯤은 있어. 당연히. 싱가포르는 볼수록 정감가게 생겼어. 되게 약간
Ready?
화교인가 봐. 와, 죽으냐? 봐봐 막. 약간 화교 같지? 중국인 같지? 싱가포르 사람 아는 거 같지? 근데 그럴 수도 있고 싱가포르에 중국 사람들이 많이 살아서 화교에 몇 마디 나눠봤는데 애가 미소가 안
Athletes are ready.
Ready?
Seems to be having a technical issue with the starting mats here again. Athletes a little bit unsure of exactly what they're supposed to be doing to fix that. Chu, 24 years old, from Singapore, 11th at the World Championships in Paris last year, where he also competed at the bouldering. Puts in on the right here, our previous world record holder. We are definitely having some technical issues here on the ground. That buzzer sound that you just heard was actually to say false start, but the athletes waited to hear that by the sound of things before they actually started. It didn't look like either of them came off to an early start there. So it's seeming like we have a problem with the buzzers. Of course, the really important thing in getting this one right is that this is an official wall. So if the timers are working, we can set world records. At the moment, the problem being, of course, we don't want to rely on just the stopwatch times. We need those buzzers to let you know to an exact millisecond what that time has been. It's looking like we are ready to go again. Fingers crossed. The main problem at this stage for these guys, for the athletes that are down on the ground, is that they're so mentally prepared to get out there in the zone and focus on that fast climb that any interruptions can really mess with their mental attitude towards the climb. They can have early starts, late starts, slips, if they're thinking about starting in the right way as opposed to concentrating on making the sequence as fast as they can. With this kind of an interruption like they're receiving now, it's going to be playing tricks with their mindset as they come out onto the field. There's a big crowd of officials just gathered in front of us now. Yet again, trying to figure out exactly what's wrong here. Here we go again. You can see the frustration there on some of the athletes' faces. Quicksin getting a little bit annoyed there now. Like I said, it can really mess with these athletes' mentality at this stage.
IFSC 목포 스포츠클라이밍 월드컵 첫째 날입니다. 오전 남녀 난이도의 성격이 맞췄고 현재 남자 난이도, 남자 속도 예선전 진행하고 있습니다. We'll have a 30-minute break before we surely confirm the seating.
So, guys, it looks like we're going to be taking a short break. Vincent has called a technical meeting. I think we're going to have a discussion about what exactly is to be done here with the issue on the ground. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to interrupt our service for a moment.
We'll get started
only in the coverage that we've brought you so far.
Qualification in half an hour.
Jak nie będzie to działało, to będzie na stoperach całe zawody. Muszą powtórzyć. Muszą, bo je przerwali. Tak. Słyszałeś, Marcin?
So, I've just been told that we are having a break now for half an hour. 30 minutes while they sort out the problem here on the ground. Unfortunately, we're having technical difficulties here, so we're going to have to take a short break whilst we get things fixed on the ground. Please bear with us. I can assure you that all the officials down here are trying to do everything they possibly can to get this fixed as soon as possible, and we can resume normal coverage. Shan't be too long. We have that half an hour break now for that technical meeting, and then we'll be back to carry on with our speed qualifications for our men's grouping.
Ja nie wiedziałem, co się dzieje. Tego nie widziałem, dopiero potem na zdjęciach. Wielina tak ma takie foty. Kurde, chłopiec, 2 metry poniżej ciebie. Ale rok temu też asykuranci nie potrafili asykurować. Jest dokładnie ta sama sytuacja jak była rok temu. Trochę, widziałem. W trakcie praktyk mieli 20-minutowne szkolenie. Jeszcze ale
보조선생님 해달라고
너 차분히 갔다가 빨리 같이 내려오라고 그러는데? 어?
김현수 사장님, 김현수 사장님, 예, 하잖아요. 지금 국도에서 사업자가 종이가 안 넘어가서 제비주 주시는 켜달라고 얘기해 주시더라고요. 지금 켜드리면 되겠습니까? 일단 켜주세요. 예, 사장님, 켜겠습니다.
갑시다. 이거 어느 차례가 할지 모르겠어. 너무 일찍 그만둔 건 아니야? 이거는 안 급하고 일단 이거부터 가면 될 것 같아요. 네, 이따 감기 가면 모니터에 떨어질 것 같아. 이게 걸려서 이거 보는 게 저거. 갑시다. 유선이랑 저기 트랙 좀 해라 트랙.
Well, as you can see there, it does say at the bottom, speed delayed until 16:15 local time, and the current time is 16:18. And at the moment, we've got very little happening at the bottom of the wall. There's a big talk going off to the right-hand side. You can see that all the officials gathered round. The technical delegates are in there as well, the judges, trying to decide exactly what's going to be happening here at this stage. They've pulled up a part of the floor here. They're clearly trying to do something with the mats. As of yet, no word as to whether we will be starting soon, whether we are delaying for longer, postponing. Just thought we'd keep you guys updated on exactly what's happening at the venue, and as you can see at the moment, very little is happening here at the moment. Just spending some time figuring out exactly what can be done to try and get things started here for the Speed World Cup. So please bear with us, we shouldn't be too much longer, we hope. And I will go and try and have a chat with Vincent, our technical delegate, in a few moments' time for the IFSC. Figure out what the plan is from here on out. Apologies for this one, guys. Please just bear with us. We'll be with you as soon as we can.
And your mark. Ready? And your mark. Ready?
All the coaches and competitors, please come to the podium immediately. The coaches and competitors, please come to the podium immediately. Thank you. 잠시 후 남자 예선 경기를 다시 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 승부 경기, 남자 예선 경기 대회식을 진행하고 나머지 경기는 이후에 진행하도록 하겠습니다. We will start the men's speed competition qualification shortly. And after men's speed qualification, we will have the opening ceremony, and afterwards we will have the rest competitions. 많은 시간 지연되었습니다. 기다려주신 여러분 감사합니다. 잠시 후 남자 쇼크 예선 경기를 시작으로 다시 경기를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 남자 쇼크 예선 경기 마친 후에 대회식을 진행하고 나머지 경기를 그 이후에 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 2015 IFSC 목포 프리스타일 월드컵 이틀간의 월컵 첫 번째 날입니다. 남녀 난이도 예선 경기를 진행하고요. 현재 남녀 속도 경기를 마련하고 있습니다. 잠시 후 남자 예선 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Now start system is where the system work. He stays there. He's there. Now start system. One more parts. This only man will participate in the opening. They need time to go up.
잠시 중단되었던 남자 소구 예선 경기 첫 번째 선수부터 다시 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 첫 번째 선수부터 다시 남자 소구 예선 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 시작될 남자 소구 예선 경기를 모두 힘든 시즌까지 이 자리에서 함께 해주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
네. 약간의 기술적인 사고로 인해서 잠시 대회가 좀 지연됐었는데요. 네, 지금 바로 남자 속도 예선전을 소개해야 되는데요. 감사한 시간이 되겠습니다. 저희
남자 선수들 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 남자 선수 예선 경기 바로 시작합니다. We'll start the men's speed qualification shortly. The other athletes, please clear the competition wall.
Well, it looks like we are about to get things underway, and fingers crossed this time we should be on to a winner. After we have the men's qualifications, the qualification rounds, we're going to be going over to the opening ceremony here in Mokpo before coming back over again for the speed finals. That's what we've been told so far, as we're now running quite a bit behind. So hopefully we are about to get things underway with Quixin Zong and Adriel Winkit Chu. And that is the fourth pairing of the men's qualifications.
여러분 기다려주셔서 감사합니다. 따뜻한 바람이 불어오고 있는데요. 이 따뜻한 분위기마저도 확실히 다가오게 해줄 속도 경기 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. The left side, Wang Yichu from Singapore. The right side, Zhong Qixin from China. The left side, Wang Yichu from Singapore. The right side, Zhong Qixin from China. 조금 전에 경기 중단했던 선수들부터 조금 전에 경기 중단했던 선수들부터 다시 시작하겠습니다. 자, 지금부터 경기 진행하게 될 선수는 싱가포르의 워기추 선수, 그리고 오른쪽에서는 중국의 쫑치신 선수 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 선수들 준비하는 동안 여러분 조금만 더 기다려주시기 바랍니다. 세계 기록을 보유하고 있는 이현아 선수, 쫑치신의 경기를 조금 후면 보실 수 있겠습니다.
So our male athletes are back out then. There is Quixin Zong. Hopefully in a few seconds Cho should join us as well, and we'll be able to get things officially started with our men's speed qualifications.
On the left side, Wang Yichu from Singapore. Route B, on the right hand side, Zhong Qixin from China.
There is Chu. Right, fingers crossed then, guys, that the buzzers this time don't go off at the wrong times. and we can really get started with this one. Chu. Driel and Xinzong.
네, 다시 한번 들어보겠습니다. 애니어
And we're away, and it looks like it's actually going to be working this time. This is fantastic. Quick Xinzong putting in a good time then, and there it is. 7.60 for Quick Xinzong.
네, 오른쪽 6초 16 나왔습니다. 좌측 7초 6초.
The next athlete for the route A is Sergei Sinitsyn from Russia. The next athlete for the route B is Alexander Kokorin from Russia.
So our next pairing then is Sergei Sinitsyn up against Stanislav Kokorin. Kokorin is a well-ranked #1 at the start of 2013. The comedy and the thing that you guys aren't going to believe. I'll talk about that in a moment. Sinitsyn putting in a good time here. Kokorin still neck and neck. It's going to be close. 6.78 for Sinitsyn. 6.64.
The next athlete for the route A is Alexander Chikov from Russia.
For Kokorin, still with the fastest time, Danilo Boldarev, 6.45 seconds so far today. Closest to him, Evgeny Wojciechowski, 6.48. The comedy I was going to say a moment ago is that it looks like it is about to rain. After all that waiting, after the lovely sun we've had all day, it's got very grey and windy all of a sudden. And this speed wall was the one this morning that the route setters and the officials are the most concerned about, as it was absolutely drenched. It took quite a while to dry, so fingers crossed if you're watching at home. Hae Young-wook on the right-hand side, Alexander Shikov on the left. 7.40 for Shikov. Hae Young-wook with a time of 9.49.
From Russia. Route B, Dmitry Timofeev from Russia.
And so now we move on to Arseny Shevchenko and Dmitry Timofeev. Shevchenko on the left-hand side, Timofeev on the right. Arseny Shevchenko, that recent win in Perm. Definitely going to be on a high here. There's Timofeev on your screen now. There's Shevchenko on the left-hand side. And here we are. Good start for both these athletes. Shevchenko falling behind here. Timofeev putting in a fantastic time there.
next athlete for the Group B is Yaroslav Kotarik from Ukraine.
6.25 there for Dmitry Timofeev. Which puts him in the highest spot at the moment, the fastest time we've seen so far today. We move on to Artem Savelyev and Yaroslav Gontarek. Gontarek from the Ukraine on the right-hand side. Artem Savelyev on the left. Here we are, another clean start then. Yaroslav Gontarek taking the lead on the right-hand side here. 6.93, 7.73.
The next athlete for the left-hand side, Group A, is Mokpo from Canada. For the Group B, Kwang-Kyung-ju from Korea.
Okay, so our next athletes out now then are Sean McCall up against Hwang Hae-young-gu for Korea. Hae-young-gu will be on the right-hand side, Sean McCall on the left. Sean starting to take a lead here. A little bit slower, these guys, but that's still a decent time there for Sean. 9.29. 10.26 for Hwang. Next athletes, Marcin Dziecienski, a definite contender here, and Vladimir Zinchenko. Vladimir from the Ukraine, Marcin Dziecienski from Poland. Zinchenko on the right-hand side, Dziecienski on the left. Here we are, good start for both these athletes, and there a slip for Zinchenko. Dziecienski powering ahead, 6.45. There you see why Dziecienski is a contender. 9.81 for Vladimir, which means his second climb here today is going to be all important. Remember, we are going to be losing quite a few athletes from the men's. 24 here in the qualifying rounds. That's going to be dropping down into 16 for the final rounds a little bit later on. For the female athletes, all 16 will be making it through, but it's their ordering that we're here to sort out at the qualifying rounds. Lukas Swerk here, you can see in the red for Poland on the left-hand side, and Vyacheslav Verdenchuk on the right. Remember as well, guys, this one isn't a race. They're just trying to put in the best possible time. They're not going against each other at this stage. The knockout stage comes later on in the finals. For now, their best time is what they're after here. Swerk with a bit of bad luck recently at quite a few of the World Cups. Verdenchuk, unfortunately, falling. Swerk 7.32.
The next athlete for Group A is Libor Kroza from Czech Republic.
Yes, Lukas Swerk with that bit of bad luck over the last 2 or 3 World Cups. He has ended up having to be eliminated from the competitions several times due to a couple of false starts. These next athletes are ones to watch as well, particularly the left-hand side. Libor Kroza for the Czech Republic. Recent gold medal at the Rockmaster, silver medal at Perm. A giant in more ways than one in the speed climbing world.
Ready?
A good start here. Liverpool putting in some good time. 6.23 becomes our fastest time so far today. It's exactly what he's been doing at more or less every World Cup for speed so far, being the fastest in the qualifying rounds. More and more often we're seeing Liverpool put in the fastest time at the qualifying rounds. Incredibly impressive performer and athlete, with the rap sheet to prove it as well. We now go back to the start again. We have Danilo Boldyrev and Jakub Schubert climbing on opposite sides this time for their second time. Now Danilo was holding the fastest time earlier with a 6.45 seconds. Can he improve on that now? He's already pretty much guaranteed himself a place in that top 16, but he's going to want to push that boundary a little bit more, try and get up there to compete with Libor Hroza as we move through into their second run now. So this is the second time these athletes have climbed this wall. 15-meter official speed route. We can see world records here. Here's hoping. Schubert on the left, Boldyrev on the right. We are away. Nice fluidity here from Boldyrev. 6.50. It is a little bit slower than his first. 12.78. Again, a little bit slower than his first for Schubert. Our next athletes then are going to be Evgeny Wojciechowski and Leonardo Gontero. Gontero with an earlier time of 6.54. Wojciechowski a time of 6.48. Particularly slow for him, considering 5.88 seconds the world record was set by this athlete. And here we go. Gontero fighting to keep neck and neck with this athlete, but Wojciechowski taking the lead here. 6.40, 6.73. So Wojciechowski has managed to shave a bit of time off there for him. Leonardo, unfortunately, putting a bit of time on his first time. So he'll probably keep his first, well, he'll keep his first time. Evgeny Wojciechowski will take the second time so far. As his fastest, 6.40 from Evgeny Wojciechowski. Next two then, Jerzy Komazinski and Reza Aliposhina. Athletes are asked to take their mark. Jerzy Komazinski in with the shot here of pushing through into the top 16, challenging for the medals even, if he can keep pushing like we've seen him do before. Aliposhina putting in a fantastic performance here. Big shift, 6.62. 6.71 to Komazinski. Both athletes putting in a faster time than earlier. Over a tenth of a millisecond for Reza Aliposhina here. 6.62. Good enough to challenge at the moment as well. We are back to Quixin Zong and Wenkit Adriel Shu. And here we go. Neck and neck, fantastic performance here from Chu. Unbelievable performance there from Chu. Quixin Zong, 6.56.
The next entry for the route A.
Chu, 6.57.
From Russia. The route B is Semi Silitin from Russia.
0.1 of a millisecond between those two athletes, and Quixin Zong is a previous world record holder. Chu could be a massive contender here. Stanislav Kokorin, Sergei Sinitsyn out now then, both athletes for Russia. Here we are, instant take of the lead here for Kokorin. Sinitsyn trying to fight it back, but it's going to be Kokorin. 6.12, our fastest time today.
The next athlete for route A is Ko Young-woo from Korea. The next athlete for route B
Next to 6.56
from Russia.
for Sergei Sinitsyn. It's looking like being in the middle of the 6-second boundary is actually now not so safe a place to be. The athletes are starting to push for the upper half of the 6-second boundary into the 6.3, 6.2s, 6.1 just, 6.12 from Stanislav Kokorin. Jungwook He and Alexander Shikov now. Shikov a little bit stally on that one, stop and start all the way up there, 7.56 against 10.57.
The next athlete for route A is Dmitry Sovic from Russia. The next athlete for route B is Arseniy Shevchenko from Russia.
Both athletes there with the first time being quicker than this, their second. Our next athlete will be Arseniy Shevchenko, a last gold medalist from the World Cup in Perm, and he'll be climbing next to Dmitry Timofeev. Dmitry Timofeev with an earlier time of 6.25 seconds. Timofeev with the stall there, Shevchenko taking advantage of it, 6.71, 6.92.
The next athlete for route A is Yaroslav Kontary from Ukraine. The next athlete for route B is
Shevchenko, that was his fastest time. I think he likes the challenge. He likes to, even though he knows he's only racing for his own fastest time. So one of the things we saw in Perm, he's very good at keeping his cool under the pressure and noticing as well when another athlete has stalled, giving him the opportunity to just burst into that little bit of extra speed to get him towards the top. You can definitely see that challenge spurring him on. Happened in Perm, it's happened again here. His better time occurring when Timofeev stalled a little bit. Here we are, Gontarik on the left, Savelyev on the right. And Gontarik unfortunately misses the buzzer. Savelyev 7.32, which I believe is his fastest time, but that might not even be looking like it won't be enough to see him through into the top 16 at the moment. That's his fastest time. Yaroslav unfortunately missing the buzzer there, but he's got a time of 6.93 from his first climb, which puts him in a little bit of a better position. Big jump to quick start there from Sean McCall. This is a good time for him. Oh, and missing the buzzer, unfortunately, after a good performance there as well. Hwang Meiyonggu, 11.81. Means he uses his first time of 10.26. Sean, unfortunately, with a miss. He'll be relying on 9.29 now to see him through into the finals. Vladimir Zinchenko and Marcin Dziecięcki next up. Dziecięcki with an earlier time of 6.45. Zinchenko 9.81. Zinchenko with a stall again, and we see Marcin Dziecięcki 6.07, the fastest time so far today. Again, we shaved those milliseconds down a little bit more. Dziecięcki going from 6.45 seconds to 6.07, and 8.75 for Vladimir. Again, that might not be enough. It is his fastest time. We wait to see Lukas Sverk next up. He'll be climbing next to Vyacheslav Vodenchuk, who for him, it really is the last chance for him now to make his way into the finals. After the fall on the first climb, Vodenchuk has to put in a good time here of less than 7 seconds to stand a chance of making it through into the finals. Here we are, Lukas Sverk taking the lead. Vodenchuk pulling back again here. 7.81. He's going to be right on the borderline. Lukas Sverk 7.51. But Sverk will rely on his first time 7.32. So the last pairing then, Libor Hroza and Chae Sung-yoon for Korea. Hroza powering into the lead here. Oh, and a stall, unfortunately. That would have been a fantastic time. 7.93. Chae Sung-yoon actually managed to pull it back and get the faster time there, 7.86. 7.93 for Libor Hroza, which means he's reliant on 6.23, but when I say reliant, it's looking like he's pretty much through there with that time. And that concludes the men's races at the moment. It's looking like we're going to have a reclimb here from Sergei Sinitsyn. Not entirely sure why. Sergei is going to be on his own for this one. The fastest time I have here is 6.56 seconds. Shaking his head there, obviously not happy with that one. 6.70. 6.70. Which means he's still reliant on his fastest time of 6.56. So that will give us our 16 male athletes that go forward into the final rounds then. Athletes that are looking at missing out on that are Jakob Schubert at the moment, He Young-wook, Hwang Pye-young-yu, and possibly Sean Mokpo missing out on that one as well. It's looking like he will be. In a few moments' time, we'll be able to update you on who those 16 athletes are. The judges will just confirm that one now.
기다려주시면 이 선수의 재경기 여부도 아실 수 있고요. 또 새로운 분들은 나머지 시즌 여부도 아실 수 있고요. 아니면 화려한 개막식으로 알려드릴 수 있어요. 잠시만 기다려주시면 고맙습니다. 네. 그리고 지금 남자부 선수들의 멋진 경기를 보셨는데요. 또 개막식 이후에는 또 여자부 선수들의 화려한 경기 모습을 지켜보실 수 있습니다.
So just to keep you updated then, guys, we are waiting. At the moment there has been an appeal. We're waiting to see whether it will be confirmed or rejected. If they are confirmed, we could have a rerun between a couple of our athletes, and if that happens, then we'll have to change some of the results as they stand, if that does change anything. So we could have a potential rerun on our hands here. If we do not, we will go over to the... and then we'll be coming back across for the women's qualifications. So the women's qualifications, whatever happens with the men's in this appeal, will be after the opening ceremony here, which was due to start around now. Actually a little bit earlier than now. So we'll be going over to that and then coming back to the women's qualifications. Then immediately after that, straight onto the men's finals and the women's finals as well. At the moment, we're just waiting to see whether this appeal is going to be confirmed or denied. And I'll let you know as soon as we do. Well, here are the results as they stand at the moment. These are the fastest times that we have on our list at present. Marcin Dzienski right at the top there, pushing the boundaries with that 6.08. Stanislav Kokorin 6.12. Libor Hroza 6.23. Evgeny Wojciechowski 6.41. Boldyrev with 4.5. Nice to see our athlete from Singapore in 9th place there at the bottom of that page. On to two tied 10th place positions, 6.62. And down to two tied 15th place positions with Artem Savelyev and Lucas Sverk, which means that as we have it at present, the athletes that are out of the top 16 are Alexander Shikov, Vyacheslav Vodenchuk, and then also onto this next page as well. The athletes we have here: Jakob Schubert, Huang Pengyu, He Young-wook and Sean McCall. Vladimir Zinchenko, unfortunately, after that bad run, and Che Sung-joon. Those are our results at the moment. We wait to find out if that appeal is going to be approved or denied. And in a few moments' time, we'll be taking you over to the opening ceremony, showing you some coverage of that before we come back over to the speed wall. Fingers crossed it doesn't rain. It has brightened up a little bit more now. And when we come back across to the speed wall, we'll get things underway with the women's qualifications, onto the men's finals, onto the women's finals, and then we will have, by this evening, we do promise that, by this evening, at the moment, fingers crossed, we hope, we will have our podium positions for our speed athletes. Please stand by.
Что надо, наверное, в форме быть, нет? И свою, и твою привез.
Че? В прошлый раз он меня брал тут. Я вел то в этой гонял. Ну, в прошлый раз у него вообще формы не было. Я пришел переодеваться 18. Там, короче, 14, 6,93, 2,15, 7,33. 50. Нет, я 10. А ты сколько времени? 60 с чем? Вот Стас. Стас, ты смотри, какой я.
네, 잠시 후에 개막식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 남자 선수 예선적인 모두 남자고요. 개막식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 장내에 계신 선수들, 코치님들, 심판님들, 그리고 계신 관중분들 모두 개막식을 관람하시기 바랍니다. 개막식은 뒤에 보실 수 있는 무대에서 진행됩니다. Men's speed qualification is finished, and we will have an opening ceremony. You have an opening ceremony shortly.
내빈 여러분들께서는 자리에 계시고요. 그리고 오늘 경기를 관람하고 오신 시민 여러분들께서도 자리에 함께해 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning the opening ceremony, we have celebratory performance from the City Center Court Korean Traditional Park, a beautiful performance of Korean drumming. Please give them a hand.
네. 2014 목포 스프라이밍 월드컵 대회장에서 어제 시전 공연이 되었습니다. 목포 시립 국악원에서 화려한 퍼포먼스와 함께 국악을 날리는 국 공연을 준비했습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
여기 지금 시상장한테
네, 아주 역동적인 경기를 시립 가운데 공연팀이었습니다. 다시 한번 박수 보내주시고요. 장례가 정리되는 대로 바로 대회식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 지난 2010년에
얼마 연습해야 될까요?
14년째 오늘부터 내일까지 계속되는데요. 더 많은 선수단, 더 많은 참가자들이 함께하고 있습니다. 오늘 개회식이 끝나면 또 계속해서 경기장이죠. 네, 스피드 경기는 박진경 아나운서 많은 분들이 집에서 보고 있는 그런 경기가 되겠습니다. 개회식이 끝나도 계속해서 경기를 관람해 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 어제 비가 와서 많은 걱정을 했는데요. 오늘은 정말 놀랍게도 햇볕이 따뜻하게 비쳐서 선수들의 열정과 함께 그 열기가 대단했습니다. 앞으로 내일에는 난이도 결승이 펼쳐질 예정이고요. 오늘 저녁에는 스피드 종목 결승도 펼쳐질 예정입니다.
네, 특히나 요즘 각국을 알고 힘내는 분들을 출전을 합니다. 많은 분들 뉴스도 알려져가지고 여러분들 함께 해주시면 고맙겠습니다.
네, 지금 옆에 보시면 지금 선수들이 데뷔를 하고 있습니다. 이따가 선수가 들어오시면 큰 박수로 같이 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 2013 IFSC 목포 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵의 주인공인 각국 선수단의 입장이 먼저 있겠습니다. 선수단은 입장할 때마다 큰 박수로 따라해 주시면 고맙겠습니다.
Now, the heroes of the 2013 IFSC Sport Climbing World Cup in Mokpo will make their entrance with their flags. Please give them a big hand.
네, 각 선수단이 자국의 무대를 들고 입장하겠습니다. 먼저 오스트리아 선수단입니다. 오스트리아.
여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 다음은 벨기에입니다. 벨기에에서 오셨습니다. 네, 그 다음에는 캐나다에서 왔습니다.
네, 오스트리아 선수단이 무대를 통과하고 있고요. 이어서 벨기에 선수단. 네, 그 뒤를 이어서 캐나다 선수단입니다.
네, 그 뒤를 이어서 중국 선수단이 입장하고 있습니다.
네, 계속해서 체코 선수단 큰 박수 보내주십시오. 스페인.
프랑스에서 오셨습니다.
네, 프랑스의 뒤를 이어서 헝가리 선수단이 입장하겠습니다. 헝가리 선수단. 네, 폴란드 선수단이 크게 인사를 드리고 있습니다.
네, 그 다음으로 러시아 선수들입니다.
네, 러시아 선수들 역시 아주 대규모입니다. 구성을 해보네요. 계속해서 싱가포르입니다. 싱가포르 선수단.
네, 그 이어서 슬로베니아 선수단입니다.
네, 각국의 경기를 선수단들이 입장해 주고 있습니다. 네, 슬로베니아 선수단.
네, 그리고 유크레인
전문으로 인정하는 선수가 되겠죠.
네, 한국 선수단입니다. 여러분들 박수로 맞이해주시기 바랍니다.
대한민국 선수단 한 박수로 맞아주십시오. 김가희 선수가 태국을 들고 있는데요.
네, 한국 선수단이 참 많습니다. 여러분 계속해서 박수 부탁드립니다.
네, 무대가 조금 지켜보네요. 우리 대한민국 선수단.
네, 큰 박수 맞이해주시기 바랍니다.
네, 선전을 띄우고 네, 이렇게 세계 각지에서 수많은 선수들이 함께하고 있습니다. 2013 로컬 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵. 자, 선수단 입장이 있었고요. 지금부터 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 연맹, 사단법인 대한산업연맹, 전라남도 목포시가 공급을 유치하고 전라남도 산업연맹에 입건하여 회사 홀딩이 공식 후원하는 2013 IFSC 목포 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵 대회 해외 시절을 시작하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, this World Cup taking place in the beautiful city of Mokpo is co-hosted by the International Federation of Sport Climbing, Korean Alpine Federation, Jeollanam-do, and Mokpo City. It is organized by Jeollanam-do Alpine Federation and sponsored by Holding Corporation. Now, we will begin the opening ceremony of the 2013 IFSC Sport Climbing World Cup.
먼저 국민을 내려드리겠습니다. 모두 자리에 서서 감상의 공지를 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please stand up and raise the national flag.
축구장 거기서 26명 쓰는
공지를 형님. 바로 여성 승부처절 및 포공영화가 먼저 가신 사랑에 대한 공연이 되겠습니다. 그리고 이 시간에는 특별히 IFSC 회장님의 요청에 의해서 대한민국 최신고 IFSC 요청을 지난 9월 일어난 고 김재웅님을 드리는 시간을 보내드리겠습니다.
Please pay tribute to the moment of silence for those who lost their lives for mountaineering. And also Mr. Kim Jae-woo, the member of IFSC member who tragically passed away in May.
공연 모두 자리에 앉아주시고
Please have a seat.
다음은 개별 선언이 있겠습니다. 개별 선언은 이번 대회를 주관하는 전라남도 상영인의 이상현 회장님께서 해주시겠습니다.
Next, the declaration by Lee Sang-han, the President of Jeollanam-do Alpine Federation.
진짜 오늘 엉망진창이네. 바나나.
지금부터 국제 스포츠라이 기념회 이상법인 대한산업연맹 전라남도 목포시가 공동 주최하고 전라남도 산업연맹이 주관하며 시대가 활동이 동시 후원하는 2013 IFSC 목포 스포츠라이딩 월드컵 대회 대회를 선언합니다.
네, 전라남도 산업연맹 이상현 회장의 힘찬 대회 선언이었습니다. 다음은 모델을 주제로 있는 산업법인 대한산업연맹 이인정 회장님의 대회사가 있겠습니다.
And now, the opening speech by Lee In-jung, the President of the Korean Alpine Federation.
대한민국 사람들은 목포는 갑니다. 그러나 이제는 목포는 세계적인 스포츠 월드컵의 그런 장소가 되겠습니다. 그것은 여기 시의원, 도의원, 또 시장님 많은 사랑이 라고 얘기하는 반대하는 사람도 많아요. 그러나 세계 스포츠界の 많은 분들에게 이 목포를 알리는 엄청난 일을 여러분들이 해주셨습니다. 정경주 시장님, 박지원 의원님, 별난 친구 이상현 회장, 지금 모여있는 많은 분들이 이 자리를 만들고 계십니다. 저는 다들 말씀드립니다. 이런 국제대회는 흔치 않습니다. 많은 세계 스포츠 클라이머들이 1년에 5년을 기다리고 생활을 하고 있습니다. 목포는 광물이다. 그러나 이 사람들은 코리아를 보냅니다. 자스토 목포, 목포 스포츠 클라이밍 목포를 여러분을 길게 알리는 여러분에게 다시 한번 이름으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그야말로 우리 대한민국은 그야말로 세계적의 강국입니다. 또 하나의 스포츠 몫을 목포에서 시작을 했습니다. 이런 시합이 오늘 내일로 끝나지 않고 계속 이어지기를 우리 모든 사람들 많은 분들이 원하고 있고, 그러므로 인해서 김장이라는 엄청난 어린 고령한 현장에서 세계적인 소리가 되었습니다. 그리고 목포가 월드컵 대회를 시작함으로써 다시 한번 목포는 세계 알리는 기회가 됐고, 그곳에서 우리 사람들도 같이 인정을 했습니다. 그것에 관한 이번 대회에 여러분 많이 도와주셔가지고 요즘에 일을 해주시기를 바랍니다. 내년
이쯤 되면은 이 옆에 보좌님 세계를 마련할 수 있는 돈을 다 준비해놨습니다. 감사드리고 오늘 이 대회에 의심양면을 거친 꼴등 대장에 유천 사랑의 강만현 대장으로 감사드리면서 오늘 이 아름다운 수업을 가져주신 목포 시민 많은 분들에게 감사드립니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
Dear sports climbing and stage officers and climbers all over the world, it is my great pleasure that I welcome all of you who are participating in the IFSC Climbing World Cup Mokpo Korea. Through the World Cup, I sincerely hope that all the participants will perform the best of your abilities and skills. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Madam Maria Solaris and all of the mayors and all the officials and Kofi and all the officials. Thank you very much.
네, 다음은 이번 대회를 공동 주최하는 목포시 정중운동시장님께서 환영 인사를 해주시겠습니다.
And now, the mayor of Mokpo City, Chung Jong-gu, who organized this competition with the Jeollanam-do Asan Federation for the welcoming speech.
안녕하십니까. 목포시나 시장 정정입니다. 반갑습니다.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chung Jong-gu, the mayor of Mokpo City.
오늘 2023 IFSC 목포 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵 대회가 이와 같이 성황리에 막을 올리게 되었습니다.
I'm really honored to have this opportunity to host the IFSC Climbing World Cup Mokpo Korea 2013, a festival that will showcase and challenge some of the world's finest sport climbers' ability, strength, power, and adventure spirit.
이 기쁨을 여러분과 함께 나누면서 국내는 물론 세계 각국에서 오신 스포츠 클라이머 여러분들 환영과 우정의 말씀을 드립니다.
I'd like to welcome all of the sport climbers as well as officials who have come from across the world.
우리 목포에서 대회가 열릴 수 있도록 지원을 아끼지 않으신 마코 마리아 스코랄레이스 회장님과 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 연맹 관계자 여러분께 깊이 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
First of all, I would like to acknowledge Maria Solaris, the president of the IFSC, and also we would like to thank all the officials of IFSC.
대회 준비에 정성을 다해주신 대한산악연맹 이인정 회장님 그리고 전남산악연맹 이상은 회장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
Next, my warm thanks goes to Dr. Lee In-jung, the president of the Korean Alpine Federation, and Lee Sang-yeon, the president of the Jeollanam-do Alpine Federation, for its tireless work.
아울러 자비를 빛내주신 국내외 기린 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
Also, I would like to thank all of you who attend the opening ceremony.
이제 추워.
이곳 목포 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 센터는 국제 기업의 경장으로 국내 최대 규모를 자랑하면서 대한민국 최고의 스포츠 클라이밍 장소로 큰 각광을 받고 있습니다.
Here is the International Mokpo Sport Climbing Center, which is one of the finest climbing places and has the state-of-the-art facilities in Korea.
스포츠 클라이머 여러분들이 기량을 마음껏 펼치는데 부족함이 없을 것으로 기대합니다.
I expect all the sport climbers to be able to reach their performance to the best.
아무쪼록 이번 대회가 인간 한계에 도전하는 최고의 스포츠 클라이밍의 매력을 흠뻑 느끼는 소중한 기회가 되기를 바라면서 각국의 선수 여러분이 선의의 경력을 통해 소기에 좋은 성과를 거두시기를 기원합니다.
I hope that you enjoy the fascinating sport climbing, which represents climbs of 50 meters artificial walls with the dynamic skills and climbing endurance.
목포를 찾아주신 국내외 기준과 선수단 여러분께 다시 한번 감사드리면서 머무시는 동안 우리 목포의 문화와 역사를 두루 체험하시면서 여러분들의 가슴에 아름다운 추억으로 오랫동안 남기를 바랍니다.
And to each officials and staff, I sincerely hope you experience the culture and historic sites during your stay in Mokpo.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 정종국 본부시장님의 환영사였습니다. 2013 IFSC 목포 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵 대회를 위해서 많은 분들께서 축하 인사를 전해주셨는데 시간관계상 오늘 이 대회를 방문해주신 두 분의 내빈만 모시도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 공동 주최기관이죠. 부산도 도지사님을 내주셔서 대용태 행정도지사님께서 축사를 해주시겠습니다.
We made distinguished guests for the 2013 IFSC Sport Climbing World Cup, and we will have two guests who will deliver the welcoming speech. First, on behalf of the Governor of Jeollanam-do, Tae-yong-tae, a Governor of the Administration, will give the welcoming speech.
네, 존경하는 스포츠
아니 차 빼라가서 가봤더니 다 다니던 교육차들이
폴라리스 회장님과 대한사랑연맹
경찰이 와서 빼라오는 거야.
대관계자 여러분 반갑습니다.
그걸 좀 대놓고는 근데
Dear Qualifications, the President of IFSC, Lee Jung, the President of the Korean Mountain Federation, and all of the staff, my name is Tae-yong-tae, the Governor of the Administration, and I'm very pleased to meet you all.
오늘 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 대회가 아름다운 한 곳이 이곳 목포에서 천만년의 개최되는 기념으로 축하하며 본 스포츠 클라이밍을 성황리에 주해주신 전남사랑연맹 이사회에도
It's great to be able to have IFSC Sport Climbing World Cup in Mokpo, and I'd like to also thank to the President of Jeollanam-do Alpine Federation.
아울러 국내를 비롯한 세계 20여 나라에서 참석하신 천여명의 선수단과 임원들을 이영만 검과 함께 환영이 많이 하십니다.
천여명의 선수단.
And also I'd like to appreciate all the organizations that have athletes to come over to Mokpo.
100명 되나?
그리고 국제적으로 클라이밍 센터를 설립하여 주의했지
아니 이건 얼마나 됐더니
정준동 목포 시장님 또 배종권 의장님 또 도의회
1000명이라고 한다. 와
당선이 도전을 비롯한
역시 국회의원이다.
전형적으로 바꿔.
역시 도지사 역시 도지사 역시 도지사요.
스포츠 클라이밍은 가장 친화적이고 극한 도전과 스릴을 느낄 수 있어 현대인들의 스트레스에서는 물론 향후 전국 세상에서도 정식 종목으로 채택돼 인기가 날로 높아가고 있는 부분입니다.
Sport climbing is very popular with those who enjoy the thrills and difficulties of overcoming their challenges.
이번 대회를 계기로 우리 전남 지역에서도 클라이밍이 적극 보급돼 새로운 동호인들이 더욱 활성화되기를 기대하지 않습니다.
I'm expecting this sport will be the sports mecca in Mokpo.
우리 전남은 시기적으로, 기후적으로 파괴될 스포츠가 가능합니다. 이런 점을 활용하여 스포츠 산업을 신성한 산업으로 육성하기 위해 기여와 역량을 입히고 있습니다.
전남도 has a perfect wonderful festival stories, and we use our fans to build programs for the next sports industry.
섬, 해양, 해변 지역 자원을 활용하여 국제
돈만 많이 주면 되지 말으라고.
대회와 국제 요트 대회
뭐 얘나만 많이 이루어
각종 대전 스포츠 대회를 개최하면서 관광 프로그램과 연계시켜 다양한
아니 도에 전란 함대에서 이렇게 못 푸시니까.
In addition, we take our best advantage of our nation, like Atlantic seasides and the ocean, to have international speedboat competition and also international yacht competition.
이번 월드컵 크라이밍 대회를 비롯하여 F1 자동차 경기대회, 평촌 국제 정원 문화계 등 꾸준히 국제대회를 개최함으로써 이제 세계인이 전남을 주목하고 있습니다.
Especially Jeonnam has had Formula 1 racing in Yeonnam successfully for 3 years, and also international yacht festival, small programs, but has a lot of potential to go to the beyond and far to the international world.
그동안 알고 닦은 계약을 마음껏 발휘하여 유적을 나누면서 한나 선수 모두 하나가 되는 축제의 당이 되기를 소망해 나가겠습니다.
To athletes through this World Cup, I sincerely hope that all the participants will perform the best of your abilities and skills. And I believe this World Cup will be a ground to share skills and make a friendship.
그리고 우리 지역 목포에 머무시는 동안 남도 말과 멋을 맡기면서 소중한 추억을 담아가는 기회가 되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
And I hope you have a great day in Mokpo. Thank you very much.
네, 대회 주변 행정부사님의 축소였습니다.
내 동대표는 돈.
다음은 대회에서 관계주가 보고 출전한 여러분들께서 식사 마지막 순서로 대회가 개최되는 이곳이 시민의 의장님이신 배종범 의장님의 축사가 이루어지겠습니다.
Last week, Beijong, the president of the Mokpo City Assembly, will give the welcoming speech.
뒤에서 마음을 좀 이렇게 안 해요. 어떤 건데가 무대 서 있잖아. 하도 안 잡고.
IFSC
맞아, 내가 사실
스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵 대회 그 장면 마무리를 열었습니다.
Good evening, everyone. It is a privilege to finally be able to enjoy 2013 IFSC Road Climbing World Cup Mokpo in Korea's famous autumn weather.
대회 출전을 빌리고 스포츠 브레이커 목포시를 방문해 주신 세계 25국 유명한 스포츠 클라이밍 선수단 여러분들 목포 시민들과 함께 진심으로 환영합니다.
I sincerely welcome all of you who comes from all around the world with the citizens of Mokpo.
먼저 스포츠 불가도시 목포시 발전을 위해 애쓰시고 계시는 경력 목포시장님께 감사 인사를 드립니다.
It has taken a lot of hard work by many people to get us to this point. I want to thank Tom Jong-il, the mayor of Mokpo City, for his excellent and hard work.
또한 국제적으로 박강원 스포츠 클라이밍 대회를 우리 목포시의 한강스포로 지원해 주신 마르코 마리아 스포츠라는 회장님입니다. 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 연맹 관계자 여러분께 감사합니다.
And I also want to thank Michael Marias Solaris and the entire team of IFSC.
아울러 대회를 준비하시는 너무나 많으셔서 이인전 대한사랑연맹 회장님과 부산 강남사랑연맹 회장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드리며 이처럼 연구원 모라에서 오늘 행사를 더욱 빛내주고 계신 국내외 이인 여러분께 감사와 환영의 인사를 드립니다.
Next, my one thanks goes to the Korean the president of Korean Mountain Federation, and Lee Sang-yun, the president of the Jeonnam Confederation, and all the staff.
모든 인생을 흥미롭게 만드는 모든 극복이 인생을 요리 된다는 말이 있습니다. 스포츠 클라이밍을 통해 끊임없이 도전하고 자신을 발전시켜 나가는 여러분 삶의 앞으로 건승과 행운이 가득하시길 기원합니다.
Their Buddha saying, challenges are what make life interesting. Overcoming them is one man's life painful. I wish you all successful, enjoyable, and memorable games.
아무쪼록 공부하고 뛰어난 경기를 통해 각 선수 여러분 모두가 저런 결과를 내주시기 바라며 문화 1순위를 가득한 강한 도시 목포에서 아름다운 수업도 많이 남기고 가시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
And I hope that you enjoy your time in Mokpo, and I'm sure that you'll find the warm reception awaiting you. Thank you very much.
네, 배정은 먹고 싶을 때 의견드리겠습니다. 다음은 국제 스포츠 클래식인데 아토마리아 스콜라리 스웨덴인데 인상을 드리겠습니다.
Next, Marco Maria Solari, the president of the IFSC, will lead the world address.
HDR 얘기를 해보면 용량이 많이 먹거든요.
네, 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Well, 2 weeks ago I was looking at my calendar, and I really decided I was here last week, and it was so fantastic. I said, well, I want to experience the same experience again. So I decided to then go again.
네, 목포 시민 여러분, 이렇게 와주셔서 감사합니다. 작년에 이어서 두 번째 맞는 스포츠 클라이밍 월드컵을 이렇게 성원대에 개최하게 되어서 정말 기쁩니다.
So I want to express my gratitude for this city, this region, and your country. Here is giving to the climate of the world the best of you. Thank you very much.
이 기쁨을 여러분과 함께 나누면서 국내는 물론 세계 각국에서 오신 스포츠 클라이머 여러분과 함께 환영과 우정의 뜻을 표합니다.
So we know that Mokpo can become an historical ground event for the World Cup and for climbing also for the tourism. Thank you.
목포에서 성공적인 월드컵 개최를 앞으로도 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 아토마리아 스콜라리 스웨덴입니다. 다음은 보도를 위해 IFSC에 소신 임원들과 대회 성공적인 발표를 위해 함께해 주시는 심판, 교육센터들을 소개하겠습니다. 한 분은 공연할 때마다 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Now, we will introduce the executive of IFSC, juries and group centers. Please give a big hand for them.
네, 먼저 국제 스포츠 클라이밍 감독관입니다. 프랑스에서 오신 빈센트
Technical delegate of IFSC.
심판위원장을 했습니다. 프란시스 로.
IFSC jury president, please stand up.
다음으로 심판위원들을 소개해드리겠는데요. 26분입니다. 빈센트 빙의 26분을 소개해드립니다.
IFSC judge and 26 judges.
다음은 그룹센터장을 소개해드리겠습니다. 빈센트 지롤라모 프랑스에서 오셨습니다. 그리고 그룹센터 모두 6분이 함께해 주셨습니다.
IFSC 2 group centers and 6 group centers.
웹 테스터팀을 소개합니다. 조나단 브로더스, 다니엘 펑.
네, 웹 테스터에서 왔습니다. From the Great Britain.
네.
제가 저한테 물어보세요. 저도 모릅니다. 저도 집에 갈 겁니다. 여기한테 물어보세요. 여기를 물어보시라고요.
이번에는 메리디안 분을 소개해드리겠습니다.
집에 안 가신답니다. 오늘 저녁에.
소개해드리겠습니다. 큰 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 대한사랑의 멤버 저는 사랑의 그리고 많은 사랑의 대자분들이 함께 해주셨습니다. 이쪽에는 또 우리나라를 대표하는 사랑이신 하나님.
Now we introduce our VIP guests. Let's give a round of applause to them when their name is called.
박주장 저장대사를 대신해서 대운의 일하는 행동을 주셔서 드리겠습니다.
Please give him a hand.
정종득 목포 시장입니다.
정종득, the mayor of Mokpo City, please give my hand.
전라도 목포교육위원회 임재호교육원입니다. 김대영 시장교육원.
Please give me a big hand.
그리고 전라도 체육회 강혜영 사무처장님도 함께해 주셨습니다.
Please give me a big hand.
전라도의회 강성미 의원이 함께하셨습니다.
Please give me a big hand.
전라도의회 김박 의원님. 역시 전라도의회 권혜리 의원님도 함께하셨습니다. 그리고 또 소정동 기부를 드렸네요. 배종호 공식의원님 축하드리고요. 소개해드립니다. 보고시기대 허정민 부위원입니다.
네, 큰 박수로 맞이해주시기 바랍니다.
보고시기대 백동규 의원입니다. 그리고 강신 의원입니다. 성현 의원. 그리고 이방수 의원. 이외에도 소개해드릴 분이 참 많습니다. 시간 관계상.
쌍까치 내렸다.
모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사를 말씀드리겠습니다. 이상으로 2013 IFSC 목포 스포츠라인 월드컵 별의 시험을 모두 대단히 고맙습니다.
We appreciate all of you for attending the opening ceremony of 2013 IFSC Sportsline World Cup. Thank you very much for your attendance.
네, 대표팀 대회 끝이 났습니다만 경기는 계속됩니다. 여자 스포츠 경기 예선대회죠. 그리고 남자 결승이 있습니다.
네, 결승이 있죠, 오늘 밤에.
네, 계속해서 이 스포츠 경기 박진강 마무리는 함께해 주시기 바랍니다. 곧바로 경기가 시작되겠습니다.
Now we will have women's speed qualification right after this opening ceremony.
하나씩 모두 마쳤고요. 이어서 여자 속도 예선대결 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 여자 속도 예선대결 시작하도록 하겠습니다. And this for the speed qualification women, please come to the podium. And this for the women's speed qualification, please come to the podium. 곧 이어서 중단되었던 스피드 경기를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 여자 속도 예선 경기부터 진행합니다. This is the 2013 IFSC Mokpo Sports Climbing World Cup. We will start with speed qualification shortly. 오늘 밤의 속도 경기는 예선, 그리고 결승까지 모두 진행되겠습니다. 오늘 결승까지 다 진행되는 경기 여러분 끝까지 기대해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 개막식 전에 진행되었던 남자 속도 예선 경기에 대한 결과는 게시판에 공지되어 있습니다. 남자 속도 예선 결과 게시판에서 확인하실 수 있습니다. Result of the men's speed qualification, you can check on the notice board. The men's speed qualification result is on the notice board. Thank you. 현재 진행되고 있는 남녀 속도 예선 경기에 대해 말씀을 드리면 선수들이 2번씩 목표를 올린다고 해야 됩니다. 각각 2번의 시도를 하게 되고 2번의 시도 중에 좀 더 좋은 성적을 가지고 비교를 해서 남자는 16강 그리고 여자는 8강에 진출하게 됩니다. 앞으로 보시는 거에 선수들이 얼마나 빨리 올라가는지 긴장감을 가지고 같이 하기 때문에 잠시 후 여자 속도 예선 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 다시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저녁 식사는 그래서 9시까지 입장을 하시면 저녁 식사를 하실 수 있습니다. 그리고 본집에 버스 시간 후에 모든 저희가 끝난 후에 버스가 준비되어 있습니다.
Well, guys, we are about to get things underway for the women's qualifications here, the Speed World Cup in Mokpo 2013. After that opening ceremony we've just had, we come back over to the speed wall after the problems we had earlier. We have fingers crossed, raring to go as we welcome our first two female athletes out in front of the wall to take their places. They are Aleksandra Rudzinska and Klaudia Buksek, both from Poland. Rudzinska on the left, Buksek on the right. Now, these guys aren't about to race here, they're just trying to put in the best possible time that they can. All 16 of these female athletes will be making it through into the final rounds a little bit later on. This is all about placement. This is all about who they're going to be against in that final. Here we are then, Rudzinska taking an early lead here. Buksek starting to pull it back, but it is Rudzinska who puts in the best time there, 8.95 and 8.82 were the two times we had there.
From Russia. Route 3 is Chong Eun-hwa from Korea. 이어서 진행할 선수들입니다. 좌측 루트 A에서 러시아의 율리아 카플리나 선수, 그리고 우측 루트 B에서 정훈화 선수 경기.
Our next two athletes then will be Yulia Kapelina, holder of the current world record for women's speed climbing, and next to her will be Young Woon-hwa for Korea. It's looking like our buzzers are working. Here we are then, our next two athletes. We have Kapelina on the left and Jung on the right. Good start here for Kapelina, holder of the current world record. She's able to break that record here as well if she keeps pushing. 8.87, not quite. Within the second barrier that she needs though. Young Woon-hwa still going here. .06.04 for her. Our next two athletes, Maria Krasavina and Margot Heitz. We'll have Maria Krasavina on the left-hand side, Margot Heitz on the right. A good clean start there for Krasavina. Heitz also putting in a good performance at the off. Both these athletes should be putting in a good performance here. Krasavina with the better one though here. It looks like Heitz actually missed the buzzer at the top there as well. Krasavina 8.51. And we next have Katarina Savine and Monika Prokopiuk. Savine on the left-hand side, Prokopiuk on the right. False start there from Monika Prokopiuk. See that delayed start there from Procopio, being careful not to get that second false start that could get her eliminated from the competition. Good time there of 10.03. Not a best. Fastest time so far today still with Rudzinska at present. Oh, sorry, Krasavina at present, 8.51. That was a 21.07 for Savine. Still 3 times faster than I can climb it. Yes, it takes me over a minute. Men's world record currently stands at 5.88 seconds. I'm looking to take on that challenge next year. Our next 2 athletes then, we have Edita Ropek and Katarina Posch for Austria. Ropek for Poland on the left-hand side. Here is Edita Ropek. No Katarina Posch though. I'm not entirely sure why that is. That could have been a withdrawal. 9.92 for Edita Ropek.
The next athlete for Route A is
Alina Gaidamakina and Yulia Levachkina next up. Now this should be a good one. Gaidamakina dominating this season so far. Levachkina, an extreme force to be reckoned with, 3-time world record holder. Broken by Esther Bruckner and then Julia Kaplina at Baku this year. Julia Kaplina, world record currently stands at 8.05 seconds. We can break that here. It is an official wall. 8.84 for Gaidamakina. .06 for Levachkina.
The next athlete for Route A is
Anok Jalber
Route B
now against Fanaz
Esmailzadeh.
Esmailzadeh.
좌측 경기력 루트 A에서 프랑스의 아노 주베 선수, 우측 루트 B에서 이란의 파르나즈 에스메알자데 선수 경기 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Anouk on the left-hand side, Fanaz on the right. Fastest time still sitting with Maria Krasavina at present, 8.51 seconds. No alarm there to say that that was a false start or not. Looking like a technical fault. Nice clean start. Fanaz putting in a good performance here. Anok Jalbert trying to pull ahead, and she is just taking it now. Fanaz with a bit of a stumble earlier on. Not a bad performance from either of those athletes though. 9.21 from Anok Jalbert. And a 9.79 from Fanaz.
The next athlete for Route A is Barbara Baca.
And our last pairing then, Barbara Baca up against Ala Marienc.
From Ukraine.
Barbara Baca on the left-hand side. Ala Marienc on the right. It's looking like we might not have Barbara Baca either here. I'm not sure exactly what's happened to the Austrians here, but we are without them. Here is Ella Marienc trying to put in the best possible time she can. Remember that this isn't a race as well, this is the athlete competing with themselves, trying to put in the best possible time. 10.18 for Marienc.
The next athlete for Route A is
So we're back again. This is the second run then for all of these athletes now. We're back over to Alexandra Rudzinska and Klaudia Buczek. We switch round. Buczek now on the left-hand side, Rudzinska on the right, trying to improve on previous times. Rudzinska then, previous time of 8.82 and Buczek 8.95. Rudzinska with a bit of a stall there. Buczek firing ahead while she can. 8.81.
next athlete for Route A is Song Eun-hwa from Korea.
11.43 for Rudzinska. So she'll be using her first time, 8.82. For Buczek though, she shaved a couple of milliseconds off that one. 8.81 is her best time now. Next up, Yulia Kaplina and Jung Woon-hwa. Yulia Kaplina with the previous climb of 8.87 seconds. Jung Woon-hwa with a time of 26.04. Trying to improve on those times now. Yulia Kaplina on the right-hand side. Jung Woon-hwa on the left.
다른 걸 지금 터치를 하고 있는가 봐. 30점짜리라고 없다고.
And here we are, a clean start now. Yulia Kaplina takes the lead. Jung Woon-hwa trying to improve on that 24 second earlier. 9.48 for Kaplina. So she sticks with her earlier time of 8.87. Jung Woon-hwa 24.46. It is faster.
Is Margot Hayes from France. The next athlete for Route B is Maria Krasavina from Russia.
Next up then, Maria Krasavina and Margot Heitz. Maria Krasavina, our world ranked number 3, 23 years old, Maria. Third place at Perm, second place at Arco this year, second place at the World Games as well. 3 medals already, 2013. Has made the final 8 at Chamonix, Baku and Chongqing. Took the silver medal here at Mokpo last year. Maria Krasavina on the right-hand side. Maria Krasavina starting to take the lead here now. Heitz trying to keep up. But it is Krasavina all the way there with a time of 8.45 seconds. That is our new fastest time.
For Route A is Monika Prokopiev from Poland. The next athlete for Route B is Katarina Savai from Austria.
So, Katarina Savine and
Monika Prokopiev
now.
오스트리아의 카타리나 사우바인 선수입니다.
Prokopiuk on the left-hand side, Savine on the right. Here we Julia Prokopiuk taking the lead instantly here. Katerina Saarwein, a specialist in bouldering and also lead climbing. Monika Prokopiuk, clearly a specialist in lead here. And there it is, 10.07. Actually slower than her first time. It's going to be putting her in the bottom set of athletes here. Katerina Saarwein shaving off a full 4 seconds, not milliseconds, seconds there on her second climb. 17.42 is her new fastest time. Prokopiuk will be taking the 10.03 from her first climb. And now we are back over with our next athlete from Poland, Edyta Ropek, and she would have been climbing with Katarina Posch, but for some reason we don't have Katarina. Ropek with an earlier time today of 9.92 on the first climb. And exactly the same on the second. You don't see that very often, 9.92.
The next athlete for Route A is Yulia Levskina from Russia. The next athlete for Route B.
Our next two athletes then, Alida Gaidamakina and Yulia Levochkina. This is the pairing that we like. 3 times a holder of a world record against our world rank number 1 at present. Here we are, neck and neck still at this stage, matching move for move. Makina starting to take a bit of a lead here. Gaidamakina trying to pull it back, and she has by the look of things. By a full second, according to this, 8.71 to 9.71.
From Iran. Route B, okay, Anut Zubair from France.
So Yulia Levochkina will use her first time of 9.06. Gaidamakina will use that second climb, the one she just did, of 8.71. Our next pairing then starts to move towards the end of the women's qualifying rounds now. Fanaz Esmailzadeh up against Anouk Jalbert. Jalbert now on the right-hand side.
Ready?
Fanaz could be a contender here. Anouk Jalbert with a bit of a stall there. Fanaz doing pretty well all the way up there, 9.60, 9.98. Fanaz with the fastest time there, 9.60 is her fastest time against Jalbert's 9.98. Last climb then of the qualifications to decide the order that this top 16 will be going through into the finals later on, because all of them will be. This is to decide what the order will be. Barbara Bakker, fortunately not in attendance, so it will be Ala Mariens to climb solo here to try and improve on an earlier time of 10.18.
In your mark. Ready?
And unfortunately a fall there on that one, so no time on that. She's going to be reliant on 10.18. So that concludes our female round then. The fastest time overall throughout this one rests with Maria Krasavina, 8.45 seconds. 8.45 seconds. She was consistently the fastest as well. 8.51 was the fastest time on the previous round. 8.45 the fastest time on this round as well. Krasavina on good form here. Gita Mäkinen to challenge her as we move forward as well. Putting in very good times. Also Claudia Bugzek and Rodzinska with an 8.82 also. So, in a few moments, our list of the finals for the women's will be up online once the results have been confirmed by the IFSC officials and there have been no appeals that they've been dealt with. And in a few minutes, we'll be moving over onto the men's final, the final 16 that we then start to break down into 8, into 4, and then into our small final and our grand final. I'll talk you that through that one in a moment's time, just when we start to bring out the male athletes.
잠시 후 남자 결승 라운드 16강부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 개회식 이전에 진행되었던 예선 경기에서 각각 두 번째 시도 중 점수가 높은 더 빠른 기록을 통해서 16명의 선수들이 결승 라운드에 진출하게 되었습니다.
So this is the draw of 16 athletes that we have here at present for the men's finals. You can see on our screen, these are the ones that we have at the moment as being our 16 finalists making it through.
결승 라운드의 첫 번째는 남자 16강이 되겠습니다.
So our first pairing will be Marcin Dziecięcki with the fastest time earlier today. The fastest time was 6.08, I believe, seconds. Lucas Swerk with an earlier time of 7.32. It's looking like there's some discussion down on the ground at the moment, waiting to see when we're about to move on to our men's final.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2013 IFSC Mokpo Sports Climbing World Cup. This is the first day, and you're having speed competition. This is the final round for the men's speed competition, and here are the final 16. Shortly.
Well, apologies for the delays, guys. It looks like we are about to get things started. Marcin Dziecięcki and Lucas Swerk coming out. About to take their start positions. This is where it changes. This is the finals. If you are new to this format and to speed climbing in general, this is where it becomes a knockout tournament. This is the first one to top, goes through into the next stage. We have 16 athletes here now in 8 pairs. Only 8 of those 16 athletes are going through to the next stage of the finals. It all starts here now. So the winner of this matchup goes on to the next stage of the finals. When we have 8 athletes, we then break that down to 4 by doing the exact same thing again. We put them into 4 pairs. We take those 8 athletes down to just 4 athletes, at which point we will have a small final. And a grand final to decide who goes home with the medals. Dziecięcki with the fastest time earlier today. He's been looking on good form in this competition. We wish him all the best as he starts. Also to Lucas Swerk, who's had a bit of a mixed set of previous events. Not through slow climbing, but purely through elimination and false starts. Pressure obviously builds. We're hoping here Lucas can stay focused and relaxed as he approaches this final bout.
경기 기록을 통해서 시행하였던 예선전과는 달리 결승 라운드는 토너먼트로 진행됩니다. 예선 성적 기준으로 1등과 16등, 2등과 15등 이렇게 2명씩 짝을 지어서 진행하게 되는데요. 앞으로 펼쳐진 결승 라운드 여러분 관심을 가지고 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다.
Well, apologies for this, guys. It looks like we're waiting for someone to come along and say to the athletes that they can present before then moving over to the wall.
남자 16강 경기 첫 경기에서 함께 경기할 선수들은 김연타, 손흥민 선수들입니다. 손흥민 선수들이 진행을 하게 될 텐데요. 시계 보이는 9번 26번 선수 폴란드의 마르친 dziecięcki 경기를 준비하고 있고요. 역시 긴장되는 마음으로 오른쪽 무릎 위에서는 폴란드의 루카스 선수가 경기를 준비하고 있습니다. 당시 이 팀의 대결을 경기할
So still waiting at the moment, a little bit of a delay down here. Marcus Zienski, Lucas Swerk. Looks like our two Polish athletes are being sent to the side at the moment to try and keep warm for a little bit. Looks like we're going to be having a bit of a longer delay. I'm not entirely sure what's happening at the moment. We're going to try and find out for you. It's looking like it's a technical issue again here at the venue. Can only apologise, guys. We'll try and get things underway as quickly as possible. The athletes have just been sat on the other side with their woolly hats on. Try and keep themselves warm. Temperature has dropped quite drastically now.
Thank you. The result of the women's speed qualification is not available now, but you can see this as a list for surgery. 남녀 결승 라운드는 남자는 16강부터 그리고 여자는 8강부터 진행되게 됩니다. 잠시 전에 이루어졌던 예선 경기와는 달리 이번에는 토너먼트 방식으로 이루어지는데요. 토너먼트에서 짜게 되는 선수들은 가장 높은 성적을 거둔 선수와 가장 낮은 성적을 거둔 선수가 함께 겨루게 됩니다.
So I've just been told there's a problem with one of the documents printed off from the internet. Apparently, I think the internet, or their server at least, is supposed to have gone down. Ours is still going. Not entirely sure what's happening there. It was something about a document and the internet that they're waiting for the results to be changed. Apparently the women's finalists is now confirmed. You can find that on the IFSC's website before we get into that, and that'll be straight after this one, straight after the men's. We'll have our 16 down to 8, then we'll go over to the women's 16 down to 8. We'll jump between the men's and the women's final to move towards our small and grand final and decide who our medals belong to. In a few moments' time, Marcin Dzienski, Lucas Swerk, two athletes from Poland out on the wall to decide which of them gets to go on and challenge the Russians later on. And the Ukrainians, actually. We've got a good turnout here from the Ukraine.
남녀 속도 경기 결승 라운드입니다. 남자 16강, 여자 8강을 시작해서 남자 선수들 16강, 그리고 여자 선수 8강, 남자
낮은 시간 빠른 사람끼리가 아니라 빠른 사람이랑 낮은.
The result of the IFSC qualification is available on the notice board. And we will start the men's final shortly. After the men's final 16, we will start the women's final 8. 여자 속도 경기에 위해서 결과는 게시판에서 확인해 보실 수가 있고요. 이제 여러분 많이 기다리셨습니다. 남자 속도 결승 라운드 16강부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
So a question in from Alex that's joining us as well, saying, can you recap what's going on? I've just tuned in. Nothing at the moment, Alex, absolutely nothing. We're having a delay for some reason. We've had a couple of issues throughout the day with some technical difficulties that have been happening. It's looking like our athletes are about to get started again. We had our men's qualifications earlier, then we went over to the opening ceremony of Mokpo 2013. Due to the delay and the fact that we finished a little bit later, we now came back over again. We've just finished our women's qualifications and we are now starting our men's final in the Speed 2013. This is our first pairing, Marcin Dziecięcki, Lukas Swerk, two athletes from Poland, to decide which of them goes forward into the next round. So hopefully that brings you just about up to date. We've had a lot of delays today, I'm afraid. A lot of issues here at the venue. I'm hoping we're going to be able to flow quite quickly from here on in. That was a definite false start there, that the alarm didn't go off. And this is the other thing that we're finding at the moment. The start and the false start alarms are kind of coming and going when they feel like it. That's why you could see Marcin Dziecięcki, as he didn't hear the false start sound, was just happy to keep powering on there, as was Lukas Swerk. If you are new to the speed format, the way this works is that these are split up into pairs, our athletes. You probably saw the graphic a few moments ago. It'll show you who's facing who. This is our first pairing, Lukas Swerk, Marcin Dziecięcki. Swerk on the right, Dziecięcki on the left. Good start here from both athletes. This is pretty close at the moment. Dziecięcki still holding the lead though. And a stumble at the end. Unbelievable. If there's one place to stumble, that is definitely not it. Marcin Dziecięcki, our fastest athlete from earlier, is out at this stage. Swerk moves forward into the next stage here. Time from Swerk of 7.21. Big turnaround there. Dziecięcki putting in the fastest time earlier, and then that stumble at the last cost him everything. That just goes to show how big a problem it can be. The tiniest mistake, the tiniest slip up on speed, and you're out, especially when it comes down to these knockout rounds later on. He doesn't get another chance to try and improve on a time. That is it. Dziecięcki is out, unless, of course, we see an appeal. At the moment, then we move over to Quixin Zong and Wenkit Adriel Chu, Singapore. Both of these athletes putting in some quite convincing performances earlier. Chu with a time of 6.57. Zong 6.56. Athletes get ready. Quixin on the left-hand side. Chu on the right. A slip there from Chu. It's going to cost him. Zong just steadily powers his way to the top there, and it is Zong that goes through to the next round. He will face Swerk. Time there from Zong of 6.45 seconds. Our next pairing then, Evgeny Wojciechowski and Arseny Shevchenko. Shevchenko, the winner of our last World Cup, Wojciechowski, the current world record holder. This should be a good one. Although Evgeny is the faster climber, Shevchenko, as we've seen recently, has this way of just being able to spot an opportunity and use it to power him on, gather a little bit more enthusiasm on a route. If Wojciechowski makes an error at any one point, the slightest slip, you will notice Shevchenko suddenly boost forward with an increase of speed. And that was what won him the gold medal just recently in Perm. There you can see Quixin, nice and fluid as he goes towards the top there. Not rushing too much. Here we are then, neck and neck at the moment. Shevchenko looking good here. Exactly the same time. Exactly the same time. 6.43 from both athletes. I believe that means we go back to countback. So Wojciechowski goes through. Fastest time earlier, 6.40. Shevchenko, 6.71, the fastest time earlier. So it is unfortunately, despite the identical climb, just Wojciechowski that goes forward. Our next two then, Danilo Boldarev, Jerzy Komozinski. Boldarev on the left-hand side, Komozinski on the right. Here we are, a clean start from both athletes then, and Komozinski slips at that point. He's going to be devastated by that. Boldarev manages to get there, 6.54 seconds. It is Boldarev who goes forward to challenge Wojciechowski in the second stage of the men's final. We'll jump over to the women's in a short while. We are halfway through this stage of the men's draw. Our next up pairing is Stanislav Kokorin up against Artem Savelyev. Kokorin with an earlier time of 6.12. He was our second fastest. He is paired up against Savelyev. Savelyev with an earlier time of 7.32. So, statistically, it should be Kokorin that goes ahead instead of Savelyev, but we've seen stranger things happen at these Speed World Cups. Savelyev on the right, Kokorin on the left. Here we are, it's a good clean start for Savelyev there. Took the lead as well, but Kokorin is pulling it back, and it's going to be Kokorin. It is 6.82 seconds. Sees Kokorin through to the next round. And next pairing, Sergei Sinitsyn up against Reza Alaposhina. Reza putting in a very good time earlier on. 6.62 seconds. He is drawn now against Sergei Sinitsyn with an earlier time of 6.56 seconds. Very close between these two athletes. This could go either way. Sinitsyn with the longer rap sheet on the IFSC speed circuits. Is Reza going to be able to keep his cool here at the final stage? Sinitsyn on the left, Aliposhina on the right. It was a clean start by the look of things. Well, there wasn't an alarm to say it was a false start. Sinitsyn asking why he's been pulled down. Sergei Sinitsyn on the left-hand side, Reza Aliposhina on the right. This is for a place in the next stage of the finals. Sinitsyn taking a very, very quick lead there. Aliposhina trying to pull it back and not doing too bad a job. Very, very close at the last there. Aliposhina, sudden burst of speed there. 6.65 though sees Sinitsyn through to the next stage.
Next athlete for Group A is from Czech Republic.
Next up then, Libor Hroza from the Czech Republic and Jaroslav Gontarik from Ukraine. Libor Hroza starting to fall behind at the last there. That was very, very close. A little too close to comfort, I think, for Libor Hroza at the last moment. Gontarik trying to pull it back. Hroza just managing to get through there, but by the skin of his teeth, that could be a bit of a scare for him. 6.32 seconds against 6.42 from Gontarik. So it is Hroza that goes through. You see there quite the lead Hroza had towards the start of that race, and then all of a sudden Gontarik starts to come back to challenge. Hroza ahead. There you see Gontarik starting to level out right at the very top, and Hroza just gets that hand there before Gontarik does. Our last pairing then is Leonardo Gontero and Dmitry Timofeev. Gontero you can see there for Italy on the left-hand side, Timofeev on the right. Earlier times then for these two athletes. Gontero, fastest time 6.54 seconds. Timofeev, fastest time 6.25 seconds. So statistically, Timofeev should be taking the lead here. That was an early start from Timofeev. By the look, he's getting his yellow card, his warning. One more and he will be eliminated from the competition. Good clean start this time though. Timofeev starting to take a lead, but Gontero starting to fight it back. It's going to be close. It is Gontero by 0.03 of a second. 6.56 for Timofeev, 6.53 for Gontero. So it is Gontero that goes forward into the next stage of this competition. A bit of a surprise there at the last. Timofeev unfortunately not quite making it, but here you can see neck and neck right to the last. And that last jump as well is quite a time saver at the last moment. You see quite a few of the really confident athletes who just launch themselves at the last moment, knowing that the rope will catch them, to just try and get that hand there. It's the equivalent of a racer just suddenly bending forward at a finish line when you're looking at a 100-meter sprint. That last little second, they can cut off there by that quick dyno at the end.
Route A, Maria Krasavina from Russia. Route B, Farnas Ismailzadeh from Iran. 여러분 보시는 왼쪽에 루트 A에서 러시아의 마리아 크라사비나 선수, 그리고 오른쪽에 루트 B에서 이란의 파르나스 에스마일자데 선수 경기 시작하겠습니다. 여자 8강 첫 경기입니다.
Our first pairing here for the women's stage of this final is Maria Krasavina and Farnas Esmailzadeh. Krasavina on the left-hand side, Esmailzadeh on the right. Krasavina earlier time, the fastest time, 8.45 seconds. Esmailzadeh with the time of 9.60. All signs point towards Maria Krasavina, but the slightest slip up here, and Farnas could see a window of opportunity. Pressure is still on Maria Krasavina here. Clean start from both of these athletes. Krasavina starting to take the lead. Full body ahead and a slip there at the last moment. And it is Farnas, exactly as we said, the slightest moment, the slightest slip up. And the exact same thing that happened with the men's earlier on, with Marcin Dzienski going out, the fastest athlete from the qualification rounds, due to a slip, has happened again here with Krasavina, our fastest athlete from the qualifying round, slipping at one of the latter points on the wall, and Farnas Esmailzadeh goes through into the next round. Our next pairing then, you can see Alexandra Rodzinska there up against Yulia Kaplina. So there's definitely an appeal or something happening at the bottom of the wall here by Maria Krasavina. Not entirely sure why that was a slip, but maybe she's saying that there's a loose hold or something there. Before we get on with our next pairing here. Now we only have 8 athletes for this stage of the speed final for the women's. That is because originally when we had 16, we would have done the pair up and it would have been exactly as we've been saying all day. But at the last minute we lost Katarina Posch, and we also lost Barbara Bacher as well, and then that brought us down to 14 female athletes, and because of that the decision has been made to just go with 8, like we've already had that first round of the women's, so these are the top 8 athletes, the 8 athletes that had the fastest time from the qualifying rounds, as opposed to the top 16, which we originally thought. Because we didn't end up with 16, we lost 2 of our athletes in our previous round, and that was Barbara Bakker and Katarina Posch. So 8 to go here. We've already had our first 2, and Esmeralda went through with a time of 10.96 against Maria Krasavina. It looks like at the moment there is an appeal being made at the ground here, so we'll wait to see whether there's going to be a re-race. We don't know yet. Our next pairing will be Alexandra Rudzinska and Julia Kaplina. Our current world record holder, Julia Kaplina, 8.05 seconds, a record that can be broken on this wall as it is official. Just to back me up on that one, Matthew is standing right next to me. Matthew, it's an official wall, isn't it?
Actually, we make the certification, but I think because of the technical problem with the timer this afternoon, I'm not sure it's official now, so I don't know. You have to, I mean, I made my job for the wall, but about the system, I don't know. You should ask the jury president. I'm not sure it's still official.
So you certified it this morning when everything was working fine, and when the wall, you measured the wall like you normally do with the instrument, and it was certified by the setters here, but then since then, because of the technical faults, we're now not entirely sure whether this is an official wall. Yeah, it's 2 different things. There's a certification about just the wall, so the wall, the holes, and everything which is technical, but except the system device of timer, and this is the second thing. So, and this is not my responsibility, so I don't know what they decide, because there were many problems during the practice, so I know they delayed the qualification, and I don't know what decision to take. I'm sorry, I didn't check this up. I will find out. I'll find out now while we're waiting. That's what I'm going to do. So, confirmation from Vincent. It is an official wall, but because of the timing situation, there will be no world record set here from now on due to the difficulty with the starting pads that we've had and the buzzer going off at all the random wrong times. So the wall is official, but unfortunately we're not setting any world records here. So the measurements are all exactly perfect, and Matthew was like very adamant earlier about how impressed he was with the setup here in Mokpo, how exact the measurements were on the wall, but due to the timing system and the problems with the technical difficulties we've had here today, they're now not going to be setting world records on it. And that comes from Vincent, our technical delegate for the IFSC. So 2 or 3 changes right at the very last. Things we thought were happening, no longer happening. Our next 2 athletes then, Alexandra Rudzinska, and she's up against Julia Kaplina. Rudzinska on the left-hand side, Kaplina on the right. Poland against Russia. Here we are, Rudzinska putting in a good time here. Kaplina starting to pull it back and take a bit more of a lead here. And it is Kaplina right at the very last, 8.48 seconds against 8.67. It is Kaplina, 8.48, that moves forward. Kaplina through to the next stage. Our next pairing then, Alina Gaidamakina and Anu Jaubert. Gaidamakina from Russia, Anu Jaubert from France. Gaidamakina, our world ranked number 1. Our World Cup ranked number 1 as well. Jaubert, 19 years old, world ranked 6th. She's on the right hand side, Gaidamakina on the left. Here we are, a clean start and still neck and neck at this stage. Jaubert with a little bit of a stumble there, and Gaidamakina takes advantage of it. She's off and into the lead, a full body length, and there it is, Gaidamakina, 9.25. Not a fast climb there, but a safe climb without slips. 9.25, no stumbles, sees Geida Makina. Through into the next stage. So at present, Esmailzadeh and Kaplina will face off in the next stage. Alida Geida Makina will face the winner of this next bout between Klaudia Bukzek and Julia Lewoczkina. Poland against Russia again.
Route A is Klaudia Bukzek from Poland. Route B is Julia Lewoczkina from Russia.
Klaudia Bukzek, 22 years old, from Tarnow, world ranked 7th. Last medal in 2012 at Val d'Aon. Silver medal for her. And Klaudia Bukzek seemed to have believed then for a moment that there was going to be a false start. Julia Lewoczkina all the way to the top with 9.42. Now, there was no technical fault there by the sound of things, by the look of things at the moment. It looked like it was just doubt from Bukzek that stalled her at the start. She will undoubtedly be making an appeal against that, but
Julia Lewoczkina from Russia.
and with 9.42, Lewoczkina goes forward. Julia Lewoczkina. Previous world record holder, Julia Lewoczkina. I'm not sure what appeal is to be made there from Klaudia, if at all. That definitely looked from here like a moment of self-doubt. Nobody called anything out. There was no alarm. I can see judges shaking their heads, but there is a discussion happening at the bottom of the wall at the moment. We wait to see. At the moment then, it's looking like our next round for the women will be Farnaz Esmailzadeh against Julia Kaplina. It will be Alina Geida Makina and Julia Lewoczkina in the next stage. We jump back over now then to the male athletes to do exactly what we've just done with the women's. Reduce that 8 athletes that we have at this stage down to 4 athletes. Starting with our first pairing, Lucas Swerk and Quixin Zong. That'll be our next matchup.
Jak nie, to nie śpisz. A nie, serio, spróbuj z tym speedem, nie? Naprawdę.
Next athlete for Route A is Maria Krasavina from Russia. Route B is Farnaz Esmailzadeh from Iran. 예수국자는 공이 있어서 러시아의 마리아 크라사비나 선수 그리고 이란의 파르나스 에스마일 자데 선수.
So it looks like that original appeal from Maria Krasavina has paid off, and it will be a reclimb. Maria Krasavina against Farnaz Esmailzadeh to decide which of them goes through to the next stage. The initial appeal that we thought could happen with Maria Krasavina has happened. Krasavina is getting to reclimb here to decide who goes through. Will she make the same mistake again? Now, this was a slip the first time. I'm not entirely sure what's happened here. Esmailzadeh starting to fall behind. It is Krasavina, 9.20. So now we have the switch up of it being Maria Krasavina that goes through. .20 on the reclimb. Sees Maria Krasavina going forward onto the next round, and Farnaz is definitely not going to be too happy about that one. We did have a reclimb. Now we should be going over to the male athletes after that reclimb, unless So this is a pair up I haven't seen before. I can't remember seeing these two athletes go head to head with each other before. It is Quixin Zong and Lucas Swerk. Poland against China to see which of them gets one of those 4 spots in the next stage of the Speed Final 2013 in Mokpo. Athletes taking their positions. False start from Swerk. Now this is what's cost him a place in the latter finals at 3 or 4 of the World Cups that I've seen him at recently. That pressure to start happened in Perm, happened in Baku, if I think I remember correctly. And the buzzer didn't go on that one, so is that a technical issue or is that a false start again? We'll wait to find out. We've got the judges moving around. I think it looks like it's technical. No one's approached Lucas yet. Yep, he's just shook his head, so it's not me, right? And somebody's nod by the look of things. So it looks like we're okay to go now. Come on, Swerk. Keep that focus. Good start and he's away. Quixin Zong, definitely a force to be reckoned with in speed climbing. And that was neither athlete, that was definitely a technical fault. And here we go. And yet again, a technical issue here for some reason. To clarify a little bit this technical thing that's going on with the mats at the base. They're on top of a grid at the moment, like a metal grid that's been brought in because the sponge matting that was underneath these starters, the slightest movement was setting off the timer earlier on today, so they've had to put a hard floor in as best as they can to try and stop these mats going off. Unfortunately, it looks like the mat themselves now, even though they're on a hard ground, still a similar problem. The slightest movement can set them off, and that's what's happening here. A little bit oversensitive by the look of things. Here we are, a good start, and Swerk has taken a good start as well. Quixin powering ahead here though, and a slip from Swerk. What a shame, but it is Quixin Zong with 6.53 seconds. 6.53. And it is Zong that moves forward, our bronze medalist from Perm just recently.
The winner is Quixin from China. Next athlete for Route A is Evgeny Vaichykovsky.
So we move on to our next pairing then. We have Evgeny Vaichykovsky up against Danilo Boldyrev. Boldyrev on the right-hand side, Vaichykovsky on the left. Boldyrev, last year's winner of Mokpo. Vaichykovsky, the current world record holder. Both of these athletes with a claim to the top of this wall. Pressure is on now to perform. The winner of this bout will go up against Zong in the next round of the finals. Clean start. They are off neck and neck still at this stage. Boldarev starting to pull ahead. No. Wojciechowski switching it at the last moment there. Very fluid switch to Wojciechowski. Roughly the halfway point there. 6.28 seconds. Sees Wojciechowski going forward. If you remember, he won the previous round despite tying in perfect time with Arseny Shevchenko. Both of them got 6.43 seconds as they were competing next to each other. Wojciechowski won on count back to the previous round with the faster time. This time, though, a nice switch around. Halfway up the wall, exactly the kind of thing that we like to see at the speed. Wojciechowski goes forward to fight Zong in the next stage. And next two athletes then are Stanislav Kokorin and Sergei Sinitsyn. Kokorin on the left-hand side, Sinitsyn on the right. Athletes present, try and get themselves into the right mindset now. The winner of this will go on to face the winner of Rosa Gontero, which is our next bout. Very quick start from both athletes, still neck and neck now. This is going to be tense right to the last, but it is Kokorin that pushes the boundaries right at the very last moment there, 6.46 seconds. Sees Kokorin through to the next stage. The next round. So now this is going to be a good one. It's Libor Hroza from the Czech Republic up against Leonardo Gontero for Italy. Gontero, a good challenger here. Libor Hroza, the giant in speed climbing. Silver medal in Perm recently, gold medal at Arco. Clean start, they are away. Gontero starting to fall behind already. Libor Hroza pushing ahead. It is Hroza. And at the last, very, very close, but it is still Libor Hroza by 0.02 of a second. 6.48 sees Libor Hroza through to the next round. 0.02 of a second difference. Gontero did put in a fantastic performance on that comeback there, but it is Hroza, 6.48 seconds. You saw that last moment there, that scream from Hroza at the end. We move back over now then, guys, to the women's next stage. This is for the place in the grand final. The loser of each of this bout will go into the small final and a chance at the bronze medal. The winner of these next two pairs will go forward to face each other for the gold and silver medals. The first pairing then, Maria Krasavina against Julia Kaplina. Krasavina with a time of 9.20 in the previous round. Kaplina 8.48. Kaplina is, remember, as well, the current world record holder with a time of 8.05 seconds. There's Geda Makina getting ready for her bout against Levochkina in a moment's time.
That's right.
Yeah. There is Krasavina. You can see they're getting in the zone next to Kaplina with her back turned to us. Focusing here then. It is getting quite cold here now. These athletes trying to keep their hands warm, their bodies warm while they're waiting. There's our world rank number 1, Geida Mäkinen. The lady who wrestled the mic off me after her performance in Baku to say hello to Mum. Our pairing then, Krasavina on the left-hand side, Kapelina on the right. 2 athletes for Russia to decide which of them goes into the grand final and a chance at the gold and silver medal. The loser of this race will go into the small final and a chance at the bronze. This is a knockout stage. Here we are, clean start. It is Krasavina holding the lead here at the moment, but Kapelina starting to pull it back. They're still neck and neck. A little bit of a stall, and that's all it takes. Yulia Kapelina takes advantage of that one. Kapelina goes forward into the grand final. Krasavina through into the small final. Kapelina with a time of 8.31. Krasavina 11.23.
The winner is Yulia Kapelina from Russia. The next athlete for Route A is Geida Mäkinen from Russia. The next athlete for Route B is Yulia Levachkina from Russia.
So our next pairing, Galina Geida Mäkinen against Yulia Levachkina. Levachkina testing the wall. She feels comfortable. 23 years old from Krasnoyarsk. She's been climbing for 13 years. Also a keen gymnast. Levachkina, the current world rank number 2, the World Cup rank number 3. This is exactly what we want to see. Our world rank number 1 on the left, our world rank number 2 on the right, and here we go. Neck and neck. Levachkina with a stumble. Geida Mäkinen started to, but managed to reclaim it. Geida Mäkinen still fighting, and it is 8.95 seconds. Sees Geida Mäkinen. 8.95 against 10.26 after that stumble for Levachkina. So, in the grand final will be Kapelina and Geida Mäkinen. In the small final, Krasavina, Levachkina. We now jump over to the men's yet again to decide who our small and grand finalists are. In that aspect, we have Quixin Zong up against Evgeny Wojciechowski.
Next, you have men's semi-final.
네, 여러분은 지금 2013년 IFSC 클라이밍 월드컵을 함께하고 계십니다.
The left side, Zhong Qixin from China. The right side, Route B, Yevgeny Wojciechowski from Russia.
Quixin Zong, 24 years old, world ranked 5th. He's up against Wojciechowski for Russia on the right-hand side, 27 years old, world ranked 8th. Good clean start. Quixin Zong powering ahead here. Wojciechowski with a bit of a stall. It is still Quixin. It is Quixin all the way on a comeback mission from Perm. He does not want to be in that small final again. Clearly, Zong moves forward. 6.48. Wojciechowski 7.64.
The winner is Zhong Qixin from China.
So, Zong through to the grand final, Wojciechowski through to the small final. The next pairing, Stanislav Kokorin up against Libor Hroza. It gets more and more exciting. Kokorin at the start of this year was world ranked #1. Libor Hroza, I believe at the start of this year, was world ranked #2 actually. Things have changed since then. Stanislav Kokorin is still world ranked #1. Also World Cup ranked #1 for this year. Oh, and Libor Hroza is as well, still World Cup ranked #2, still world ranked #2. So just like with the women's, we have another draw of our first and second place on world rankings and World Cups. A false start there. But Kokorin still world ranked #1. Libor Hroza still world ranked #2. Hroza on a comeback mission with the medals at the moment. First place at the European Championships in Chamonix. First place at the World Cup in Arco. Second place at Perm just recently. Also second place at Chongqing, Libor Hroza. Good clean start. Hroza taking the lead here. Kokorin trying to pull it back. Hroza slowing down, but it is Hroza. He manages it with 6.92 against 6.40. It is Hroza who goes through into the grand finals. It's going to be Zong against Hroza, and it's going to be Kokorin against Wojciechowski. Right, we have our finalists. We know who those final four are going to be. We jump back over to the women's now for our small final, and that will be Maria Krasavina against Yulia Levochkina. This for the bronze medal. Krasavina, 23 years old, lives in Taiumen, world ranked #3. Against our world ranked #2 here at this stage. Krasavina, world ranked #3. Levochkina, world ranked #2. There they both are. Yulia Levochkina on the right hand side of your screen. Maria Krasavina with the red jacket on the left. These two athletes about to come out and compete for the bronze medal here. Mokpo 2013 Speed World Cup.
The left side, Route A, is Maria Krasavina from Russia. The European National Academy is Yulia Levochkina from Russia. 큰 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 두 러시아 2년대 대결이 되겠습니다.
Clean start, we are away, although that ready and the start was very quick. It is Levochkina powering into the lead here. Levochkina all the way by the look of things. It is Levochkina, Krasavina 10.54, Levochkina 9.04. Now, if Krasavina has anything to appeal against at all here at this stage, it'll be the fact that there was a very quick ready and the alarm went straight away after that one, but it's looking like she's admitting the defeat there and leaving it to Levochkina. Levochkina then with the bronze medal. Time of 9.04 seconds. I believe we're about to go on to the female grand final. That'll be Yulia Kaplina against Alina Gaidamakina. This is for the gold and silver medal positions. The winner takes the gold, the loser takes the silver.
Next, you have
Is it going to be Gedemakina or is it going to be Kaplina?
From Russia. On your right hand side, Group B, we have Alina Kaplina from Russia.
Kaplina, at present world ranked 5th, despite holding the world record. 20 world ranked 5th against Gedemakina, world ranked number 1. Clean start, Kaplina with a bit of a stall, but she's tried to pull it back. Gedemakina nice and strong here, and Gedemakina is, falling at the last. Unfortunately, it is Kaplina then that takes the gold medal. Gedemakina will have to be happy with 2nd place. And that's the pressure for you. One slight slip and that is it. What a shame for Gedemakina. Still, silver medal. More than enough to be happy about. She is smiling, so there you go. There we are then. Yulia Levochkina in the 3rd place position, bronze medal. We have Alina Gedemakina in the 2nd place position, the silver medal. And the winner, Yulia Kaplina, gold medal here at Mokpo 2013. Unfortunately, that slip there for Gedemakina cost her everything. Kaplina kept her cool all the way to the top of the wall, and that completes our women's speed final here at Mokpo. We jump over now to the small final in the men's. Evgeny Wojciechowski up against Stanislav Kokorin. Earlier then, Kokorin with a time of 6.92 against Wojciechowski's 7.64. Kokorin with the faster time. Wojciechowski, though, the world record holder, could be pulling something out of the bag. Never rule him out. As we just saw, Kaplina, the world record holder, did just that to Gedemakina. And here we go, nice quick start from both of these athletes now. Wojciechowski with the slip, Kokorin powering his way nice and steady towards the top. It is Kokorin that goes forward to take the bronze medal. 7.32. Not a particularly fast time, but that's because he knew he just had to be safe at that point. He obviously spotted that Wojciechowski had fallen. We now jump over onto our grand final. That bronze medal goes to Stanislav Kokorin. This is for the gold and silver place positions. It is Quixin Zong up against Libor Hroza. So, Tichin on the left-hand side and Libor Hroza on the right. This is going to be a good one. Old rivals, these two. Clean start, neck and neck still at this stage. Hroza starting to take the lead. Quixin pulling it back. And it is Quixin, 6.04. And there you can see the excitement for that. 6.04 sees Quixin Zong in the gold medal position here. Libor Hroza will have to settle for second, 6.28. That last push you could see all the way through that. Libor Hroza holding on to it, and then Zong just comes powering in at the last moment there to take that medal away from him. What a fantastic final round. You see, like, Hroza still holding the lead, and then all of a sudden, the last little section, there's the change. Zong, the last 3 or 4 moves, just makes that top beforehand. That sudden burst of speed at the top there. Zong takes it back, and that wins him the gold medal. First place position with the time of 6.04 seconds. Quixin Zong against Libor Hroza's 6.28 seconds, taking the silver. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, an entire Speed World Cup in a day. We do apologise for the delays, but it was worth it for the payoff at the end, surely. What a fantastic way to finish a day. Quixin Zong takes home the gold medal for China, and Yulia Kaplina takes home the gold medal for Russia. in the women's here.
Thanks for joining us for 2013 IFSC Climbing World Cup Mokpo, Korea. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is everything for today. As you can see on your screen at the moment, you can see how these finals played out. Mixing right through to the very end there. Powerhouse battling against a giant and managing to pull it back around. Fantastic finish to that one. The women's results are up as well and confirmed now. We have Julia Kaplina in the gold medal spot. We have Alina Gedamakina in the second place position and Julia Levochkina in the bronze medal position as well. Thank you very much for sticking with us all the way through today. Do apologise for those technical difficulties. Nothing to worry about there. We will be back tomorrow morning, getting things ready for the semi-finals in the lead competition here. Onto the finals tomorrow night. You'd be mad to miss it. Please come back and join us. Let us know if you enjoyed the finals here on Twitter by getting in touch using the hashtag IFSCWC.
저는 이거예요. 고생하셨습니다.
Well, guys, thank you very much. And this is just saying good night now. We will be back tomorrow morning at 11:30-ish. For the observation, I say ish because it'll be around there that we come to you, but the semi-finals aren't due to start until 11:45. We'll be with you just a little bit before that to see some of that observation from around 11:30 local time to us here in Mokpo. We do hope you can join us. Thank you and good night.